Hi. Okay. I want to talk about false idols. When I was younger, starting when I was about 10 years old, is how this happened. I kind of aspired to be like false idols. I kind of aspired to be like false idols without knowing there's anything wrong with it, unless I say kind of because maybe I didn't at all. Maybe I didn't at all. Maybe I just thought they were cool and I wanted to be like that, but I still put God and Jesus first. I still followed God and Jesus first, I think. And I want my son to see this. I'd like him to see this video. And the thing is that I found out, see, when I was, really the problem was when I was with my wife. Wow, it's like I'm all by myself in here right now. When I was with my wife and kids, living in the same house, or when they're nearby and I could go to their house a lot. For a while, when I was younger, I aspired to be like these rock stars I saw growing up that were shown to me and shown to all of us, like the famous people that we think are so cool, like in their prime generally, really good physical health. What is wrong with this video? Looks like nobody is watching it. So I should tell this to my son. This video is really for my son Rowan. And you know, I am the way I am because some things make me happy. I'm not oh sheesh. See, some things make me happy. Playing music. I did that before I aspired to be a rock star. The thing is, we all have these earthly goals, kind of, in even a small way. And some of them are forgiven and they're not that bad. Some of them are okay. Some of them are following God and Jesus to have an earthly goal. It's 10:54 at night on a Sunday. I don't know why there aren't more people watching this now. That's the thing. Being rich, famous, good looking, you know, all those things that we want, that I'm not sure exactly how I worded it, put it in, how I made my movie Rednecks, but that was different. I've really found God and Jesus a lot since then. It was okay, but the thing is that you don't get to be a big famous rich person and all that happily ever after stuff necessarily. We may not get those things on earth. Those things that we think will make us happy. That's our personal plan. We think, having a, you know, a $300,000 car, you know, something like that. We think that those things are important, or like an $8,000 car when we can drive a $1,400 car. We don't need the $8,000 car. Those earthly goals that we set for ourselves, like my thing that caused me to sin, the thing that I had to go through that caused me to sin more, was I endured a lot of, I'm trying to think why I sinned. I felt like I was insecure about my body and my face when I was younger, about 10 or 11 or 12. I think starting when I was 12. I thought I didn't look good enough. And I couldn't figure out how to work at my appearance or physical shape and stuff like that. I was like, I didn't even know what I looked like in the mirror. I didn't know how to make my hair look good. I'd try to do something to it, and it was, what happened to it? It would look totally different. and and um and I couldn't figure that out in my brain. But sometimes, I looked okay anyway. I'd shave. I hadn't shaved in a couple days or something like that, and I'd shave all of a sudden. I'd shave, take the time to shave however I did it, carefully, not to cut myself. And I could show that to Roman how to shave. I don't know if he has to or not. I think he doesn't have much facial hair, really much at all, facial hair. But you know, you figure out a way to shave either with the grain or kind of sometimes against the grain to get a closer shave, but it may cut. It may cut. That's generally how you do it, either with the grain or against the grain, depending on where it is on your face and how close you want to shave to where it's not going to cut you or something like that. So that's how you do it. You use shaving cream, whatever. I could tell him if my son's watching this, he could tell him, or I could go there and realize, but I'd have to get to the airport and then fly all the way to see him. It take about, I think, 8 hours. 8 hours. I think, to get to around about where their house is. And so I could maybe go see him. But the thing is that I felt like my appearance, I didn't have a grasp, or I didn't have an understanding or confidence every day with like, oh, it's not even a problem. Like the way that some people's stomachs looked, it was like I had been a heavier kid and I had to really think about it and work at it a tremendous amount for it to look like the other kids who, with their stomachs, I felt like, they didn't have any problems. My kids don't have problems with that, especially a baby. A baby that shouldn't have anything like any problems with that stuff. They don't have to think about it. It's not something that was, it's like it's not something that's a worry for, it's not something that's it's okay, for most kids. But something happened to me when I was growing up, and it made me more aware. Oh, it's a problem. There's something wrong with me. I thought it looked really bad. Starting when I was about 10, 11, 12, I thought I was a little fat. I thought I was fat or heavy or something like that. And I'd try to work out and stuff and do tons of sit-ups, I think as early as the 3rd grade. And it didn't, I kept my shirt on in public, like at pools, and I didn't like taking my shirt off around other kids until I was in like about 25 or 26. I think 25. I think later in the year when I was 25, I believe. Because the beginning of the year when I was 25, I still wasn't really confident enough. But there's a time when I was 19 that I got kind of confident with having no shirt on, but it's still, I didn't really, I was like too aware of how and I thought it looked bad, my body, and then I also thought my face looked bad. And that went on for like, when I was like 10, 11, 12, till I was like about 25. But I went to LA I was hoping I could be like a singer like Jim Morrison or some famous person or somebody, like the rock stars that they showed me starting when I was about 10 years old. It was starting when I was about 10 years old when I started wearing the band t-shirts that my older sister had or showed me. Just regular, those famous rock star people, that they show kids. There's nothing that bad about it other than they got the girls. Back then I would call them girls. I don't call them girls anymore, generally speaking, but maybe an adult woman, if she wanted to be call a girl who I'm supposed to be with, but I generally don't call them. I went for years without calling them girls. I called them or one a woman who I wanted to be with, my wife. So I haven't thought about in particular young women for years. I don't try to look for uh, a young woman, but that was kind of like something that starting when I was about 10 or 10 or so, 10, 11, 12. After that, I didn't have the confidence. I thought there's something wrong with me. I couldn't talk to him. I wanted to kiss a girl, a woman, when I was that age, a girl or a woman when I was 10 or 11 or 12. I wanted to be with a woman or a girl. I didn't know the difference then. I was just a kid. And, you're not supposed to be with a woman if you're a child. You have to be with, you may not even get to be with another woman. You're supposed to wait until you get married to have intimacy with another person, between a man and a woman. That's who you're with, and you stay with that person forever. And we have a tendency to want to be with someone of the opposite sex. Human beings have a tendency to want that. And starting when I was like 10, 11, a little older, 13, 14, really. But I wanted to kiss them when I was 10. And I didn't really know what sex was. The Beatles, they were so famous and popular and everyone loved them. They had all that love, apparently. But it may have been a little different. I don't know. And they got all those young women. They all loved them. They'd scream and cry, and like almost, all those young women loved them. And so I thought maybe one day I'll have a girl who's in love with me when I was 10 years old. And I watched them in walking through the school when I was 10, 11, 12. I think really when I was in the 6th grade or 7th grade. 7th grade is when I started to notice them about every day. And I didn't know how to talk out loud and say, do you want to, hold hands or something like that? I didn't know how to say that stuff. And I just didn't have the confidence. I didn't have the confidence, and maybe it was wrong for some reason. And I had to look at them and see them every day, and I wanted to kiss one, but I didn't know how to do it. And in the seventh grade, I think I got, some girl put a little piece of paper in my locker or something, said, will you go with me? And I had a girlfriend, but I think I didn't even kiss her. But I supposedly had a girlfriend. And I didn't even kiss her on the mouth, I think. Yeah, I didn't kiss her at all. Because I didn't have the confidence of knowing what to do. I thought, and God wanted me to be that way, I guess, for some reason. So then I got into high school, and I still, every day I'd see them. Every day, and I couldn't be with them, or I didn't know how to be with one of them. And one girl wanted to be naked with me. And she looked down my shirt, she wanted to see what my body looked like and looked into my shirt. She went like this and looked into my shirt. And I was so insecure about it. I thought it was so fat. I thought it was so fat. I didn't know what I looked like. And I felt so worried about it for like days or that day. And like, she wanted to be, she asked me to, and I just thought I couldn't do it. I just thought I didn't like her enough. I didn't like her enough. I didn't like her enough. So I didn't do it. And then, eventually, I don't know. But in high school, it was like, and after high school, I never really was went. They called it in the sexual ed class, going all the way with somebody. Going all the way with somebody. They called it. I never did that. So until I got married when I was 20. Well, I met Danica when I was 21 or 22. 21 or 22. We were going to film school or some college, and I met her when I was 21, I think, or 22. I was in a class with her when I was 21, and I turned 22 in October of that semester, and she was 23. She turned 23 just before that semester, before classes started. I may have seen her walking around or signing, I don't know. And I knew she was in the class, but God brought us together. The next semester, or I think it was that semester or the next semester, God brought us together. And so I didn't know what to think of her. I knew she was attractive. Of course, I thought she was attractive, but I thought that I looked so bad. And for years, I hadn't had a girlfriend. And when I did have a girlfriend, I wasn't really attracted to her because I was young. I was in my teens, and the girlfriend who I had was also in her teens or around the same age or older, but she had had a baby. And it was too much for me as a young man. And I thought her face was pretty, but it was like a baby. It was like I wasn't as attracted to her at that young age. But later, it didn't. Of course, I'm attracted to my uh, uh, wife. I guess we're as one flesh. And so then I met my wife in the screenwriting class, and or whatever. Oh no, it was an editing class. It was an editing class. Sorry. And it was an editing class. And of course I thought she was attractive, but like I thought I looked so bad. How could any girl or girl, actually want to be with me? I thought I just thought, there's so much stuff wrong with the way that I looked and stuff. And so I thought, how could a girl be attracted to me? Like I had really low self-esteem and or insecurity. I guess I was insecure for some reason. I don't know. But eventually, I'd say it's pretty bad what happened, I think, or good, but all of it went away. And it took till I was about 25 or 26. I got very confident. And before that, it was like from 10 till I was about 25. Something happened too. Like I was like working too hard at trying to be like a famous person or something. Not a famous person, but a filmmaker. But before that, I met Danica, and we were in the editing class, and I was like 22, and she was 23, I believe, I think, and I knew she was pretty and looked good and stuff like that, and I was attracted to her. But I was like, how could she ever like me? Because I thought I didn't look that good, and so God brought it. Excuse me, um, but I did mess up when I was about 25 or 26 because I had been working. I had been working at being a filmmaker, and I messed up a lot, I guess, but I'm not messed up. I shouldn't call it messed up. I don't know what the heck my hair is looking like. And and you know, I don't know. And man. And so I don't know. Look, man, I don't know. I don't know. And shit. Am I gonna be 92-year-old? I don't know. Like Matthew McConaughey's grandma, who's not still. No, if she's alive, no. Protect us from evil, Jesus. Protect us from evil, Jesus. Jesus and God. Amen. And forgive us of any sins that you may have said many years ago, which I think people don't understand. I'm already okay, I think, on that stuff. Some of the stuff that I did. I think if I died, I'd go to heaven. But I'm not supposed to die. Like I have a responsibility to do on earth. But here and there I messed up like everybody. And like I kept trying, like I moved to Los Angeles in 1997 because I wanted to be like the famous rock stars and stuff who I saw starting when I was about 10 years old. And I didn't know it was bad, but I'd seen them with no shirts on and they're in this really good shape. And I thought my body looked so bad compared to, well, the other kids, I think. But I don't know. Maybe here and there it wasn't as bad as I thought. And I've already played guitar when I was 3 or 4. My parents started to well, my grandfather taught me how to play guitar when I was like 3 or 4. And so I think I was supposed to be kind of famous or play music or be a filmmaker. So that's why starting when I was 10 till I was about 25, I couldn't even eat food in public at a restaurant because I thought they're saying, yep, he's fat. If I was really enjoying it in public around other people, I thought they were saying, yeah, he's fat, look how much he eats, or something like that. So I could not enjoy food at restaurants from age 10 to about 25. Age 25. I'd go with my friends to Taco Bell. I wouldn't eat anything. I could not eat the food. Sometimes at the dinner table, I probably ate and didn't even think about it in a house with my parents. I guess that was okay. That was okay. It was the restaurants that like I thought I was fat. I thought I was fat. And then I made up for it and I really worked out. after I'd been in LA since '97, I came back. Well, I came back to Roanoke a couple times, I think, or I'd visit every Christmas pretty much. Um, and and then I went back to grad school. Uh, and then it wasn't like getting where I wanted it to be, and I had worked relentlessly. The work itself was a tremendous amount. Till one time, I really pushed my body to work long hours at it, starting when I was about 20. I'd been in Los Angeles since I was 19, and starting when I was 20, I was like, it hasn't really gotten there yet. I thought, I'd be famous by now. I thought I'd, you know, go out there, get in really good shape, be famous. Somehow, I thought I'd play in a band, sing. I thought I'd start at a school, quit like Jim Morrison quit, and be famous. That's what I was thinking in the back of my mind when I went to all the schools that I went to. I thought I'd drop out like Jim Morrison and and be and be like Jim Morrison. And it didn't, I just, instead I honored my parents and I made really good grades and studied really hard. I got really good grades. It wasn't easy. And and I didn't party at all through any college and or any university. I don't recall drinking alcohol one time at college, other than on the way when I first started at community college. I don't know. Once or twice, a few times maybe. Like, but they didn't have dorms. I was living in Roanoke, and I didn't really party that much. It was like left over from uh, kind of partied a little in high school. And I had friends in high school, and I got pretty popular. And I think I had abs. I had abs in high school, and I didn't know it. I thought I was fat. And I couldn't lift up my shirt. I didn't know, I couldn't, like, I'd cover it up all the time. Like one time I fell or something with my friends, and I had to like try to cover up my shirt. I was more worried about that than falling and getting hurt almost. I thought it was awful. I thought they thought I was like the worst one of them all. And that went on till I was about 25. 25. And then something snapped, and I was like, I had been working relentlessly long hours, 20 hours to produce a movie since I was about 20, not every day, but like, as much as I thought I could. And I met my wife, and that was when I was 23 or 24, or 22. I was when I was 22, and and God brought us together in the editing class. The teacher chose us to be together, and we were the last ones of everyone, and we couldn't choose. There were these two other people. There's this guy Monty who looked like a big, popular, strong jock who was blonde, but he was like quiet, like all the time. Not all the time, but like, and he chose like this nerdy guy that he could kind of say mean things here and there to be his partner. But the nerdy guy was like, you never know, because he could have been cool, but not cool, but they made friends with one another anyway. But they put me together with Danica, and we had to sit in an editing class with just us two in an editing room, long hours next to one another, and she'd stare at me while I was editing, and sometimes she'd edit, and we'd be next to each other long hours in this little room. They put everyone in the editing rooms together, And that's how we fell in love. And then, I don't know if we're still supposed to be together or what. I don't know. I've been divorced from her since 2011. I've been divorced from her since 2011. But it says, let no man separate what God has brought together, but I don't know. It's not been easy. I've been having to sleep alone 98 or 97% or 98% of the time for 10 years. For 10 years. And I don't like living alone compared to having a woman who I'm in love with to get to hold and be with, you know? But I think that's a selfish thing. So I had to be kind to other people, and there was a lot of suffering by myself. And the fornication that I may or may not have done, I don't want to say, or some of the stuff I did, really caused a lot of suffering. Really caused a lot of suffering. I mean, a lot. And so it's okay. So we're not, see, I want my kids to understand that I'm not like the way I used to be. Like I'd watch Hugh Jackman in like 2008 or something like, and I'd see Hugh Jackman and I'd look at his body being in really good shape. And I'd think that, the fuck, gosh, I don't know what the heck I'm doing to my hair. And and I'd watch Hugh Jackman. I'd see like how cool he was in good shape, without the claws and stuff. I know he kind of a little bit was out of style for a while, but like I'd think of not anybody's butt, like Arnold Schwarzenegger had pictures of men on his wall because of their muscles and nothing to do with sex. Um, Unless somehow people confuse sex with um, the goals they want to achieve on Earth, like their way, and thinking of the cool stuff they like, which when I get in shape now has nothing to do with it that I know of, other than I like getting a couple years ago, I liked getting the attention, like if women thought I was attractive. So I don't know how I feel about it now, because it's kind of turned into like almost like a cringe reflex when I see an attractive woman out there, and it's like, but not as bad as Clockwork Orange. But like, it's wrong. It was supposed to be with my wife, and had to be alone for the whole time. So it at one point I thought it may have hurt my body, but then it didn't. By a miracle, I have my health. So I did have to go to the hospital for it once, and for working long hours. See, I had to make it up to my parents and work long hours at the real estate stuff. That was another thing, because like I used to kind of work for them, but not that hard, and I'd get tons of money for not working very hard. But it made me really sad to do that kind of work, and it was because I had worked so much at the being a famous filmmaker and stuff like that, the stuff I thought was cool. But then now I finally found out that the real estate stuff can be okay. There are a few years where I didn't enjoy it that much. It was like I one time heard not Eli Roth. He might be more horrific than I don't know. Elon Musk. I don't know, but Elon Musk. I once heard him say, "Oh, the first few weeks or so." I just heard him say it now, and I had experienced the same thing years ago. Um, 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 he said when you first start a new business or something like that, you're really motivated, it's really happy, and then 80% of it is so difficult and not how you would have thought. It's a relentless work, stuff like that. 80% of it, and the 20% of it's really good. So maybe that's how it felt with real estate, but I only got like hardly any money. But anyway, this it, this is I feel like I gotta like maybe I'll exercise again. Maybe I'll exercise again. I don't like looking bad. I don't like feeling like I look as bad. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I like looking a little like something kind of. I'm gonna use the bathroom and come back. But your appearance is not what it's all about. It's not about proving that stuff where you thought you got made fun of or something like that, and you want to prove like, oh, I'm the best one. You know, I think we all kind of feel that way sometimes, but maybe some of us don't, and they don't have anything to prove, and that's a miracle if you don't have anything to prove. Like my friend Al, I think doesn't have anything to prove with those big ego things. He doesn't have anything to prove that I know of because he didn't work as relentlessly for all those years. I think at one goal, like he'd work hard. He was really good as an electrician when he was young, and I don't know. So he he the thing is, those famous people like Hugh Jackman or those people I thought were so cool years ago. I don't even want to say some of their names, and I don't know any of them personally. And you're not supposed to aspire to be like them when you don't know who they are, and you have your close family who you know in real life. There's other people are like random strangers. They could be really, really mean. We don't know what they're like. And I know that now. I know that. There's none of them I aspire to be like. Unless, I don't want to be like any of them. They're human beings. They're human beings. They're like when you go out there in a car or anywhere, um, when you go out there in a car or out to see strangers, they're others. They're random others. Just because they play some cool music and you can kind of tell a little something about them, we don't really know what they're like, and you don't put them before God. You put God and Jesus first. So I think I was okay on that I never put the rock stars before God and Jesus. I put God and Jesus first. However, there was a time when I may have been somewhat misled in my faith. And when you don't believe in God and Jesus, when other people don't believe in God and Jesus, maybe you believe in God and Jesus, those people can be misled. It's like trying to walk around in the dark. Here's what it's like. Here's what it's like not having God and Jesus. It's like back there where that light is, you know something about God and Jesus, but in the foreground, but where you actually are and you're trying to walk, it's like you can't see really where you're going. And it's really likely to make mistakes. Like you could maybe make a big mistake and fall on this entire drum set. It's likely to make mistakes when you don't have the lights on. When you're not, when you're here and you have God and Jesus, you can see how things really are. You can see how things really are. You're not looking at the way you look. You know, you have the light on, God and Jesus, so you can tell this is a wall. You're not going to run into it. And for it's this is it's like having, when you're in the dark, sometimes without knowing enough about the New Testament, and the New Testament shows us almost everything that we have to know on earth. Pretty much, if you understand enough about it, there's a lot of information there to understand, and it's the truth about everything. But when you don't really know enough about it, you're going to have blind faith. You're going to have blind faith and know that back there you know about God and Jesus. Back there where the light is God and Jesus. You know that's true, and that's kind of like, but you're having to go through here in the dark and find your way with that faith alone, knowing that God and Jesus is there. And then it's like, that faith alone, it's possible for it to be this bright so you can see what you're doing. It's possible for it to be that bright with blind faith alone, but it is unlikely. It is way unlikely without God and Jesus, without having the Bible and the New Testament to show you and knowing what God and Jesus is really about, kindness to others. So it's possible for people who don't have Jesus to get into heaven. It's possible, but way unlikely. It's unlikely. They have to be last in line, the least of other people, and righteous. Poor's oftentimes, that's almost the only way for them to get into heaven. And when they have God and Jesus, they know, oh, it's okay to be this way now because it's the right thing to do. And it's like the reason why it's that way is because they have the light off the whole time. They have the light off the whole time. So, but they know, all of us know that God is real. We kind of know that. Even the atheists and people like that. But there are things I'm scared of. Like, I'm kind of, like, I don't really want to do some things. But, there may be ways, like, people who don't have Jesus can get into heaven. Okay? I'm not going to judge them. But I'm saying you have the lights on when you believe in God and Jesus. You can see where you're going. You're less likely to make mistakes. You can see, oh, this is a microphone. This is a microphone for the drum or whatever. This stuff here. This is a thing that I cleared and dusted everything in the entire house. And, this is a special box that had really good food in it. Really good food that my mom gave me. It had all these different types of smells in it. And it's really special. So I put it here. And it was good. And so, though obviously I'd like to sing and play bass and play drums and use gaffer's tape and have a Marshall amplifier and all this. And that would be my primary thing that, in the past that I would have wanted to do. But I know now that God and Jesus has a different plan for me and a different plan for us. Like, it felt happy to play the music or sing and all that stuff. But and I can still do it sometimes. I can make some money at it. But apparently, I was supposed to paint all these walls a few coats of of white primer to get it this color. Um, Plaster that ceiling. I don't even want to tell you what I did to that before I could put the plaster on it because I'm not really supposed to say. So that was a tremendous amount of work in here to make that look normal. I'm not gonna say because that's all that I could do. Um, it was not easy. It was a tremendous amount of work. And some of it, it eventually had me in tears in the shower saying, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. And I laid in the bed for a few weeks. And somehow during that time, I had been working for a year and a half, 12 hours a day on this house and the house before it. This house I used to own that my dad, of course, had all the cash to help me with. And I owned that one. I worked on it for a year, 12 hours a day. I thought, when I worked with my dad when I was younger, I'd work with him for 2 months, show up for 4 or 5 hours a day or something. And we'd finish the entire house in 2 months. And I thought, oh, this one's almost, I thought that one I was working on, it'll take 2 weeks. And I could sell it, move to California and work on movie stuff and then get my kids and Danica to move there when I had enough money. So I tried to go to California and something was wrong. It was like, yeah, I had to sneak out to Bob Hope Airport and this Republican and get out of there because I got to get to work. and I had to I had to start working in that house, and 2 weeks later, it took a year of 12 hours a day with only one day off. And by some miracle, the responsibility was ridiculous at times. I mean, it was just, I don't want to talk about it, but it was that was just that's just the work stuff. And then I got here somehow and I got to take 2 days off. And my Ronald McDonald video, that was on Labor Day weekend. And I finally closed on that house, I think, or it was around the same time or something. And it was on Labor Day weekend. I got 2 days off working a year on the other house. I got 2 days off and a little bit on this house. I got 2 days off on Labor Day weekend because it hurt my health so much. Oh, it didn't permanently hurt it, but it had me worried that I'd die because I was out in the rain removing all this stuff into a pickup truck from this yard, and then I had to get to the other house and do something. And I barely made it home late at night, and I was like, I can't work on that tomorrow, and I can't work on videos, and I need to rest. And it happened to be Labor Day weekend, and something happened that day, and I started looking on the internet. And my Ronald McDonald video got huger than any video that I'd ever had. Started making $2,000 a month. $2,000. And for me, that was a miracle. And Danica was making way more in her video that gave the hits back to gave the views back to my channel because they're both like my idea. It was my idea to dress up as Ronald McDonald one day and bring McDonald's food to my kids. And it wasn't a huge amount of effort. It was a few days effort, and it just got big, really big. It got hers got 63 million views. Not billions of views, but not like Justin Bieber, who's got 4 billion views of video or something. But it got 63 million views on her channel, and my channel got 4 million views on my Ronald McDonald video. It was something. and it was happy for a while, and then for 2 days. Then the third day, I was like, yeah, I'll start working on videos or something. But then this house, it was getting a little cold. Well, the winter was coming up, and this house didn't have heat in it, and the guest house didn't have heat in it, and and it wasn't insured. It wasn't insured, and I bought it in cash. So if it caught on fire, so I had to get to work every day. Starting about the third day, I worked a little, and then it was 12 hours a day again for the next 6 months. And by the end of, I was so depressed for the last on and off for the last 3 months, because I was like, I could lose everything, and because I thought I could catch on fire. There's stuff in the chimney. Had to get the chimney really looked at. There wasn't anything in the chimney. It was okay, but it was. I had worked so hard to get to that point. It was like I didn't know what I would do, and it wasn't about. It was about finally getting to a place. My plan was to go out to the woods somewhere. I didn't care where I lived at first. I wanted to be away from society. I wanted to be away from society where I could do my videos and films and not have to do and have my children and a wife, my wife and my children, of course, my wife and my children. And I thought in my own plan, I'll go out to the woods somewhere and make videos and films all the time. But instead, God had me find this special house. It was only $100,000. It was $102,000. Do you know how much houses cost? This house was only $102,000. It was like a house in Southeast Roanoke, a smaller one that's in really good shape. It's an okay enough neighborhood, I guess. But $102,000 is not that expensive. And I had to work on this house full time for 4 years. Well, barely full time, a little more than full time, but not 8 hours a day, like a little less than that. For 4 years on one house. And it wasn't that it was full time. It was that sometimes, see, I would work on videos and do other stuff and be there for my children. And so that's okay. That's okay. And I have to pee right now. And I got up to pee, but I just didn't pee. I'm playing, man. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know everything else. I knew what I was talking about, but not I am playing, man. So I miss my children a lot, and I wanted them to know, like, I never quite got to just play music for a living and not ever have to worry about doing the things that I didn't want to, that made me depressed, until I just finally realized a few days ago that real estate's not that bad, and it didn't make me sad. There were in the past 5 days when I was happy about it and finally understood this isn't that bad to work at. But it was like there were 2 days when it got so there's so much responsibility and stuff, like all this stuff that I had to do was responsibility of like getting my wife and kids back, thinking, how am I going to do that? And I don't know if it's possible to get together with her or not, but I'm hoping to God it's possible. And then this other guy, this other family person is having difficulty with his health. Well, I think I think his health is okay, but God has him going through something, and I'm trying to get him to find God and Jesus and stuff, and so that's something else that's something else that I have to like make sure he's okay. I think or do my best at that. And really, the big problem of getting my wife and kids back, and that's another problem. But I think that's too selfish, getting my wife to be with and having my kids sometimes, but I can't imagine how, because it's a responsibility. Got to make sure they're all okay and get into heaven. And I've been writing to them as much as I possibly can, and then and talking to them stuff about trying to, I realize the soul is infinitely more important than the things we do on earth in our bodies. But I got happy again earlier today. Like, I was like really confident about my appearance in the video before this. I think that was like a really good looking video. My face, my hair looked really good. My body looked a little better, or not, because I have to pee right now. Maybe I can just come back and show up and be like really good looking. And that made me happy for the first time in that way in since February. And I was also happy. I was like, maybe real estate's finally okay feeling. Because before, I did generally here and there, I just wasn't as happy with it because it was not what I wanted to be, I thought. Or it was just, that's not what I worked so relentlessly hard. That's not why I was working 20 hours a day to end up having to do that instead. I didn't work 21 hours a day when I was 22 on or 23 22 in the year 2000 on the movie Imagination that we did that summer, when I had just graduated my undergraduate degree at age 22 at what is now the number 7 film school, which is pretty good to do when you're only 22. I don't know. I don't know. But so I like, and then I kept working on stuff a lot, and it's not what I associated with what I had wanted to do for all I had been through. It's true. Okay, I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna use the bathroom finally. I might sing a song or something. And Jimi Hendrix, I don't know, he used to be one of my favorites. He used to be one of my favorites. Um, and I haven't looked up to those people as much. Like, I don't really care at all if I'm some big famous rock star or something like that. But there are things that make me feel happy. There are things that make me feel happy. I just enjoy them, doing things, or things that make me feel happy, that stuff. So I'm gonna take a break and not worry about it as much. But I wanted my kids to know, those people who I looked up to when I was with them, and I thought, it'll be some famous person that's cool. It's like really cool or something. That's wrong, and I don't want to be like that. There are random people who I don't know. There are random people who I don't know, like someone in the grocery store. There are others. God says, be kind to others. God says, be kind to others. God says, be kind to others. That's how I was, I think, the entire time, as best as I could. But I did mess up a little bit because I worked so relentlessly hard to make a living as a filmmaker and stuff like that, and then it wasn't getting there, and I was like, and like, I didn't say anything, that mean mentality of like, I want to be the best, which is way wrong, which is way wrong, which is way wrong, which is way, way, way wrong, way wrong, and that's not the purpose of the whole thing. You know what that turns into? Everything that you do, you'll still be a human, You'll still be a human. That's a demon down in hell who's brilliant in horrifically bad ways. Not the good brilliant, not good brilliant ways, but who tricked people into thinking there were Illuminati, who tricked people into thinking there are mean, scary aliens. There are no such thing as those mean aliens. There are no such thing as other scary things. And those bad spirits who we think are ghosts are all demons in hell who were once angels. And they have a way high, fast IQ. They have a hyper intelligent IQ that is terrifying because all they do down there, see, they were in heaven, had eternal life, and the devil wanted more, so he became really mean. He happened to have very good looks, but there are some angels who are very beautiful, and they also had beautiful souls, and they're still in heaven. They're still in heaven. They're still in heaven. Those people. Some of them, some famous people get into heaven. I know some of them make it into heaven almost, I know. I know. I think Fred Rogers made it to heaven. I'm almost for sure Fred Rogers made it to heaven. I don't know because only God knows, but you have a good feeling sometimes when you know someone made it to heaven, or you maybe saw them in a way like I saw my grandfather. Um, um, but sometimes we don't know. God makes that final judgment. You don't really know if somebody's in hell or not. Okay? I don't know if anyone's in hell or not. I don't know. I have one of my videos that says maybe Selena's in hell. That this girl talks about seeing, or this woman talks about seeing Selena in hell. But it could have been because her mom was like, stop trying to be a big famous person. And, she had some insecurity, or who knows what that is. That's just somebody's opinion. Those are opinions, and it doesn't mean Selena's in hell. Doesn't mean Selena's in hell. But sometimes you have a really good feeling of knowing beyond knowing that someone is in heaven. Sometimes you have a really good feeling of knowing beyond knowing. It's this love feeling. It happened earlier today. Like, I don't want to just embrace death and die and to get to heaven because it sucks. And I don't want to do that. I want to feel happy. So I don't feel like suffering so much, and I don't like that. I use a bathroom. Maybe I can drive into town. The heck would I even do there? Oh, oh, I'm dehumidifying something that happened downstairs. Something happened and I like got very confident earlier today. I'm just gonna be happy or something. And something, thank God, is the way to be more than that. So I think I never really I never aspired to be like a false idol, I think. But I may have sinned in that way. So I don't know. That's up to God to judge. I don't know. It's kind of frightening. It's kind of frightening thinking about how much I used to value my appearance. It's kind of frightening how much I used to value my appearance. Like, I thought it wasn't good enough. I thought I had to have really ripped abs, and it never occurred to me that that would be a pain. Ripped, like it's ripping something, you know? It never occurred to me till I got to this house that somehow that had something to do with working at that so relentlessly. Like Danica knew she got tired of me talking about it. How determined I was. Um, but in our family, we worked really hard. We worked really hard. So it doesn't have to be mean. Doesn't it all have to be mean? Doesn't it all have to be mean to work really hard? And some people just happen to get more recognition for it. They meet the right people, or it somehow may work out okay for me in that way, in some way. I don't know. I don't know. It's pretty sad though that I keep liking those same things. I know some of it may be wrong or not, but I do my best to make sure it's good. I do my best to make sure it's good. Like right now, it kind of hurt to even say. And I'm going to try to do. I was about to do a bunch of pull-ups or something to feel healthier, and but it's like it's not easy sometimes, and you know, like Ozzy, I don't want to be that way. You know, I think that's not at all something that I want to be like. He's got like a devil sign next to a Christian thing. He thinks that balances it out. No, that ruins the entire thing. The devil thing ruins the entire thing. There's no hope of Christianity when you think that, you know, no, that's bad. That's really bad. Really bad. That's how it is. There's almost no hope for that kind of thing when that's how, you know, you try to be all good and kind towards others. Towards others. We do our best to be kind to others. You know, you, that I don't know. I can't judge him. Maybe there's some way he'd get into heaven, but I don't know how. And it's just he's been like somebody who I've been kind of afraid to watch his videos, Ozzy. But sometimes those people, out of nowhere, I'll get the idea. Now's a good time, you know. they did something really godly. They went through something different, and it's appropriate. And I can sometimes look at those people and see, but those are celebrities. Those are just celebrities. They're not people I know in real life, unless, well, it's happened with people I know in real life here and there too. But there haven't been any who I recall. See, there's some people in my real life who I think, I don't know, who I once knew, who I tried to save and tell them about God and Jesus and stuff. You know, not my children. They're good. They're kind. I talk to them a lot. I talked to Rowan and Ivan yesterday. I talked to Danica in an email yesterday. But there are other people who I think they're on their way to hell. I think they're on their way to hell. And there's this thought that would come to my mind that, like, you know, leave that person alone. They're more likely to drag you down than to try to help them. Sometimes, you know, some of those people, Jesus tried to help all of them. He tried to reach out to all of them. But some of them, it's pretty difficult, you know. And try to be kind to all of them. Jesus says to be kind to others, all others, Jews, atheists. That's all the people who are around Jesus. He was kind to all of them. He was kind to all of them. So but you know, there are some of them, some other ones. I don't know. I don't know. It's, you know, Jesus is really good. He would probably smother people with love, and he'd be able to say that without it there being any sin or anything bad about it. He'd be able to pull that off. But I can't say, I can't. I'm a regular man, you know. I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd be able to pull off something like that. I'd get it wrong and think it would be like smothering somebody with a pillow or something. Somebody else thought, and wouldn't know who's like, get me away from it. Like, I can't hurt anybody. I wouldn't try to. I've never tried to. I never tried to physically hurt anyone in real life. When I was in high school, or a little after high school, these kids were beating up my friends, and I had to try to get them away from my friends. Those are the only 2 times I did that. And I'll never do it now. I maybe would try to stop people from fighting, but I wouldn't get in a fight. But you know, I don't want to do it. I never want to do it. Man, it turned into the really godly Jesus kind stuff. For me, it could be better. There could be more. I don't know. I'm a sinner. I mess up sometimes. I don't know why I have these little shorts on. It was warm and I thought, hey, I have sin that I did, you know, like that. I broke that fucking wall. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't take it anymore. You know, I can't do it to my house. It's sad. I think it made me cry because that's my hard work. And then I had to put some art thing on it and put plaster on it until it looked good enough. It was sad. And when I was a kid growing up, I'd do it and blame act cool or something and break a light. In my parents' house. And like, I'd try to act cool in front of all my friends and break a light or something and like act like it was cool. It was really stupid. It wasn't, and then when I got older, I stopped doing it as much. Like every few years or
I wouldn't do it that much. And it got to the point if I really lost it that much in this house, it almost made me cry because of the tremendous amount of work I had to do with my hands and myself, and like trying to, having to work on this house, like ruining that hard work. It was sad a little bit because, it was kind of special. It was godly work is why it was sad. But breaking that wall, I don't know. I took this Marshall amplifier and shoved it into it or something. I couldn't take it anymore. And it made a thing on the wall. I don't know how it hit that up there when the amp is down here. I don't know. There must have been something on top of it. Then one time I really cried. I lost it because I was so sad and did something stupid. It wasn't even cool. I was just like having such a breakdown, or something like that, and like it messed up this special thing that made me cry. I did it like in a weak way, but it was like not weak. It was like just agony and a mental breakdown from how it had been for so long. It's a wonder I kept my health, my nerves and stuff, my body, my physical health. Somehow I kept my physical health. I don't know why I did that. It was like, and I've been figuring out how to. At this house, I learned how to calm down, but I don't know. I learned how to calm down. It's not as important the goals that we think that we have to do to meet some big deadline and all. It's not important. Like to do some big cool thing that we thought was so important, or I thought was so important. It's not our plan that we think is so important. It's God's plan, what He wants to do for us. So if we're thinking we have to get to some goal, we don't really have to. We may not. Well, we may not have to. If it's all hurting anyone else, it's not worth doing it. It's not worth doing it if it's hurting anyone else. I was with my parents and my little sister here and there for about a week or two. And then I've been alone, I think, most of this time. I don't know. But you're supposed to forgive people when they do stuff to you, like, or they say something mean. Like I went into, I don't know. I try not to get them back, but I mess up too. I sin, and I don't ever want to again. Thinking of sex, like fornication, that's a sin. Acting cool, like you're big and cool or mean. Big is good. Big is good, but acting like a cool person who eats steak, and steak is good, I guess. I don't know. It says in the Bible it's okay to eat, but I just the cat's trying to get in. I think this is a test. Let's see if we can sort of do something really stupid. are you talking about? Or you don't talk. You don't talk. You're a cat. That's the cat. Great. Hi. Hi. My kids. My kids. Oh, he is good. He is good. What are you doing? I'd like to be with my wife and kids. How are you doing, cat? Okay. Whoa. Hey. Drugs, man, drugs. I'm sorry. Drugs, man. Weed, marijuana, they're gonna legalize it. Coffee, caffeine, drugs, man. Drugs. Where's drugs, man? I do the best that I can, and the heck? I'm gonna put on a shirt and be cool, looking on drugs.
don't do drugs. The only drugs I do are caffeine. I can't think of any drugs that I would do besides caffeine. Drug. This kid used to call me drug when I was in when I was in junior high school, because I had like long hair in the front a little bit, and I was into the like weird music that was different. I dressed kind of different, and he thought I was on drugs, but I never took drugs. I never took drugs. I was never on drugs. I never even drank alcohol. There's one time when I was in junior high school and I tried to smoke a cigarette in my parents' basement, and I lit it backwards. I lit it backwards and lit the filter end of it. And I got so scared and I threw it down. And that was the only time I almost did it. And I was scared. I didn't do drugs, but he called me drug. Drug. He's called me drug, but it was funny. I got along with him. It was okay in junior high. I kind of thought it was okay. I was pretty normal. Drug. This kid. Drug. I guess I better put a shirt on and look like a rock star because I gotta pay my bills. What else would I work at? Fixing up an old house, fixing up a little older house that can make look well in condition enough to sell and make money at. For them to get approved for a home loan, a regular person who would get approved for a home loan, unless there's some way around, you can't sell houses, you can't fix up. You can't buy a house as is and sell it as is, really, unless you're giving a personal loan to whoever buys it from yourself, which is kind of a new thing that Al gave me a small personal loan to help me buy this house. Actually, I didn't buy it all in cash. He gave me a personal loan, but it wasn't that big. But I had to, that was from working all those years in real estate. I had enough high cat, and so that's the way I can make money, is working at real estate. But my parents would keep telling me, you got to have a regular job. But I can't be just like them. You can't. Sometimes parents are a little too controlling. You're supposed to honor them. I love them. I'm supposed to honor them. And they're sinners too. They're sinners too. They don't always have all the right answers. And they did not have to experience what I had to. And they're a different human being than I am. And I honor them, and I love them, and I care about them, of course, but it's just, I can't be just like them. I can't do the same things they did. It would hurt me. It's not me. And so I already worked 14 years at the stuff that they wanted me to do. So that's 14 years after I had worked 20 or 40 or 30 years at film and music, and did not really get what I was expecting in return. So I don't know why Trump talks like this, because he talks like this, and I don't know. But he doesn't know how to play an instrument really that well. He's a little different from me. He's a businessman. And I don't know what else he does. Trump. I'm going to put this shirt on. What are you doing? Yo, I'm washing.
No, I am white. I gotta pay my fucking bills, you know? I gotta pay my, sorry, drugs, man. Caffeine. And what's the other one? Shit, I don't know. I don't know. Caffeine and the other one, they're legalizing marijuana on July 1st. I don't know why I would do it. I don't have a reason to do it. I'm okay without it. Why? I'll be right back. Ugh, horror movie. Nobody does that around here, so I can say it, I guess. I'll be right back. I gotta use a bathroom. I'm gonna come back and play this guitar. Hi. I gotta use the bathroom. I'm gonna go downstairs so it's not too close to the camera. I gotta use the bathroom, I guess. What? I don't know. Don't he have a big one? I gotta use the bathroom. He's walking around like this. He's gotta use the bathroom. He's gotta do. I don't know. Oh, I gotta change the. I don't really want to show you what I'm doing. I have to change this thing downstairs. This dehumidifier for something I'm doing. Gotta get rid of that stuff. There's some bug spray in there I'm gonna get rid of. There's some bug spray in there I'm gonna get rid of. I can smell it here and there. I'm getting it out of here. Please, God, Jesus, please bless that bug spray and help me give it to the poor or my parents or someone with the good use because I can't use it. Please, God, protect us from any evil that happened with that bug spray here. Please, God, make that bug spray kind. Give it to somebody else. Throw it in the garbage. Not just throw it all in the garbage. Throw it all in the garbage. That bug spray was like scary. When I bought it, I accidentally bought too much. I was gonna bug bomb the entire house, every place in it, so there'd be no bugs for a while. And I don't need to. They die and you just sweep them up, or there's almost none up here. I finally got this place okay, but there's not really any downstairs or much any bugs anywhere. Besides that bathroom, I gotta sweep up in there because I left a light on or something at night, and they somehow got in or something. And you just sweep them up if they die, and that's it. You don't need bug spray. Besides, maybe a little bit. Well, you may need it, but if anyone's watching this who might live here, we don't need bug spray here. We don't need it here. The bugs here don't hurt anyone. The worst that it would be like, it's not gonna hurt anyone. They're not gonna hurt anyone. For those kinds of bugs. You don't eliminate every bug in the house and breathe in that stuff, for a long time you don't, I don't need to. I don't want to. Oh man. Oh me. Oh man. Hey. Wonder where. Well, I like to tell my kids something. I'm gonna tell them something. See what time it is. Hi. I hear that. I mentally visualized fixing my hair without looking in a mirror. Maybe it'll all fall out one day and I'll have a bald head. I don't know. The people who built this neighborhood, the man who built this neighborhood had a bald head, and he was cool. He was cool. They never had cancer.
they happen to not have cancer. Some people get cancer and they have a bald head. It's a little different, but um, he lived pretty old. I think 87, and his wife lived 100 or 97 or 100, something like that. His wife lived really long. Inga. Oh, I'm gonna write my son, Rowan. I'm gonna write my son Rowan. Hi, Rowan, or something like that. It's something I have to tell him really important before I play a song. It's still his birthday there. It's an hour earlier there. Wow, I sent him a message. I'm gonna take a picture of it. And send it to his email in case, I don't know, in case he didn't get the message. I contacted him here and there today for his birthday. It's funny how people keep trying to do things that they like to do, but it's not the most important. Maybe I'll quit the trying to be a famous person or something. I don't even care about trying to do that. But I'd like to make a living at doing music and film and stuff, but it's just, there are other more important things. But then when the work responsibility creeps up, or it doesn't creep up, but it's like, wow, you really have to pay bills. And that's when it's like, oh, it's just, but the people are more important. See, we'll have to make sure somebody is okay. Well, he's probably more than okay, I guess. I don't know. In case, well, just in, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what I said because it's a video to my audience. They're not in the entire world, so the surface of the earth, the people who are on the earth, not inside in the earth. And one time my grandmother Noni got angry at us when I was a kid. We were doing something and she took the sprayer from behind the sink And she went, ah! And sprayed us off with it. And we laughed, but we thought it was so funny. It wasn't that bad. Looking back, it wasn't that bad of a thing, but we thought it was kind of funny, the stuff that you were. I'm getting ready to play a song, but I gotta brush my teeth. I'm getting ready to play a song, but I gotta brush my teeth. I'm getting ready to play a song, but I gotta brush my teeth. I got it. I figured it out. That's where I went to school. I went to school. VT. I went to school, VT. I literally did because my dad went too. Sounded funny. I like VT. Stayed up at night, late.
I went to school with VT. I went to school with VT. Oh, maybe I'll put my VT shirt on. Maybe put this on. Where would it? I'm afraid to try to act cool. What if it's wrong? Maybe I can pull this off like I'm cool. Yeah. Maybe I look kind of cool or don't. Maybe I look good, I don't know. Makes me feel happy to look good. I guess people feel, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm cool. Joey Image. Johnny Image. No, Joey Image is somebody else. Johnny Image. I'm a graven image. I'm not a graven image. A graven image is what God tells us to not be like. A graven image is what God tells us not to be like. I don't know what this looks like. Yo, I'm so cool. I have a skinny waist and I'm strong. Graven image. A statue of Rocky. A big golden bronze statue of Rocky. That is a graven image. But I think Sylvester Stallone may have a chance. I think he may have a chance to get into heaven. I don't know. He was number one, and kind of still is. And it's like on the entire earth. For stuff. I don't know what this haircut looks like. Heck did I do to my haircut this afternoon? Oh, I scratched this. I shaved my chest with the clippers. With the clippers, I scratched my I don't know. Not really. Okay, good. And oh man, what am I gonna do? Make up a song. Make up a song. Coffee. Gotta get the drugs in so you can play good. Gotta get the drugs in so you can play good. No, that's not. We don't say that in our family, really. We played music. My grandfather was a touring musician. My grandfather had a huge orchestra named after his own name. The Sicilian grandfather that I had. So thank God it's okay, I guess. But he had to become an engineer. He went back to college and became he thought he wanted to. He didn't like being on tour or something. And he liked being an engineer. He became an engineer. He was a pretty big engineer, I think. But maybe not as big as my mom thought or says. But I think maybe he was pretty big. I don't know. But he paid his bills at it. Oh,
Megadeth, Megadeth, Megadeth. Megadeth. He's 58. No, he's not. Well, that's a Nirvana song, I think. All you want's a cracker, or something like that. That's just chords. It could be, that could be many different songs. There could be many different songs. That particular. Fugazi song. I used to listen to that stuff so long ago. It was in the 90s. In the 2000s. Song. Corey, you want to come here and play music? Today's my son Rowan's. Oh. I said happy birthday to my son Rowan in a few videos, I think. At least 2, I know. Today, I said happy birthday to him. I sang him a song. It just turned 1 o'clock. In Texas, it's midnight. It is no longer my son's birthday. I'm glad I called him many times in the morning and left him a lot of good messages. Many times more, and I wasn't feeling that great. And instead of making these videos and feeling and looking my best, I called him and gave him the attention no matter how it felt, because I was kind to him. And then I went back and started making a video. And then somehow I think I feel okay now. I feel better now. I think I feel like better about my physique or something. I don't know. I'm afraid to show. I'm afraid to show a bicep thing, because like this is the first day I've felt appropriate to do that before, but I don't know. Song. Now I gotta play some song. I don't know. Somebody wrote to me about renting the house. Somebody wrote to me about the house. Why would I rent it to them? Maybe. Let's see. They wrote to me, "Hi, I just stumbled on your ad." Maybe they said, "Looking for work." I can't think about that right now. Yo. You know, some people are happy about their careers because they didn't feel bad about their face and their body from age 10 to 25 years old, when all the other kids got to feel happy and normal, okay, and not worried as much. I don't know. So other people find these jobs that they really like. Some people find jobs that they really like. They go to work every day. They work on a dam or a dike. They get along with all their co-workers. They feel happy and then they use the bathroom. And imagine it could be much worse, but it feels okay. Every single day they feel alright. They go to sleep at night, okay. They go to work the next day. They feel okay when they work that day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, it's okay. One time they had a bad day, and somebody took a crap real bad, real loud, and it farted in the crowd, and then he did it in the bathroom, said it out loud, I got a crap, 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 cracking in a total boom, man. And it smelled the whole place up, smelled the whole place up. And then he left and everything was okay again. At work, it was good, okay, 'cause they knew the people that day, every day. And when they went back, it was the same, it's okay. No smoking crack or crap like that. They knew what to expect. They went to work again, they went to work again, and then they rested and were at home with their friends and their family and their kin, with the people they know. It was okay that day. Don't take it too slow, don't take it away. Oh, well, I guess, I don't know, I'll leave it up to God. What do I do this day? Take it away to your work. Do the work that you work at your job, so it will be okay, so you're not some poor unfortunate slob who doesn't work. What a jerk. You work so hard, you work and you try, and you do God's work. Look in people's eyes and you look to them when you sing to them, because that's what they think an actor does, 'cause they don't know that when you're performing on camera, you pretend the camera doesn't exist, and that's how it was for me. As an actor, you see, you're acting like this when you're talking to the actors and the camera's on and it's filming you. And if you were an extra, you might not know what to do, and that's work. When you're talking to the guy who's playing drums, hey, how's it going? I'm on the TV set or something like that. I don't wanna be here, rather be petting my cat. It's work. And then an actor might show up, and then the director says you gotta look in the camera like this and talk to it, like Ferris Bueller did when he said it's Ferris Bueller's day off, looking right at the camera, addressing the audience, because it was so different and new, the technique that he did. It's true, or maybe it wasn't that great, maybe it was bad. It's not what we aspire to do. It's kinda rad, it's okay, but it's bad. Oh yeah, oh well, I don't know what it stands for, but the Bible is good, and there's more. The New Testament, I don't know, I can't figure it out in my human mind, but I know that when Jesus comes to earth, the second coming will be way much more than frankincense and myrrh, than what we know in the Bible, maybe new books that he'll write and we'll read. If we live that long in heaven, we'll be down here on earth again. know it's good to work because God wants us to work. It's God's work that we really do. But a man has to work to pay bills, it's true, to pay for his food. It's in the Bible, it's what we have to do. You know it's true when you read God's truth in the Bible, and women don't really have to. But they're supposed to be helpers to their husband. And there are some exceptions to what's in the Bible, it's true. So don't complain, don't say boo-hoo. It's okay what we have to go through on earth. It's not always the best. But we will keep on living, and we'll probably get to enjoy it and rest at night. Aren't you glad you have a wife? And you didn't suffer for years and years in tears, feeling so bad, drinking beers, or not drinking beers, or drinking beers, or whatever brought you to those tears. It's okay. Don't love the evil, that is bad. Just say no way. No way to the devil, no way to evil, no way to the demons, no way, no way, no way, no way, and yes to God's way. Yahweh, Jesus Christ. I used to play in bands in high school. And a lot of them played music. But Nornie was my grandmother. And I'm pretty sure she didn't play any music at all. And she believed in angels. She believed in angels, and she didn't worry about being cool. You're a fool. Didn't you see her in all those pictures, socializing with all her family? But she gave up her coolness and stuff like that to serve God. The only one that's here with me is a cat. But I'm still being kind and godly and stuff that is good. And somehow it looked good in my face and body for the past few days. Mace, what is it? I don't know, never had it happen to me. And I don't care about things politically. I'd rather believe in God and Jesus no matter what I stand for politically, because God and Jesus is what it's really all about, and the rest is an illusion. It doesn't matter that much anyway. The right and left wing stuff, unless it's just mean and sinful and bad, and you don't like being that way, and you sin and be kind in your own particular way, and you don't want to be like someone else's way of doing it because it wouldn't be you. But those people different from you are who you're supposed to be kind to. It's true. Or a Republican or a liberal or whatever, or a little different from the way you think, but they're really way more like you than you'd ever know on this earth, maybe. But you really know they're a lot like you. Somebody commented something, I think. Somebody commented something. I'm going to see what it is. Hi. What is this type of haircut? I don't know what it is. Excuse me. Oh, some comments. Thanks on Tar Shaddad. Shaddad. Dodd. Hachi left. His name is Hachi. Unless he came back to see it. He was kind. He said this is quality entertainment. That was, I don't know. I got the most kind comment I've ever had, I believe, from someone who watches my channel who I don't know, who's not in my family. It was a really good comment. Wow, I don't know what to think about the smoking weed stuff. They're about to legalize that at some time. I think maybe I might end up trying it. Somehow I think I'm probably going to end up trying it when it's legal. I don't know why. Maybe because of something I said. Acted like maybe it would be okay to do. But I don't know why I would even want it, really. But it is a really good physical healer. But it's not good to get addicted to, like doing it every day, I think. But I'm not gonna, I don't know. But you don't know the effect it would have on someone's brain. Each person is different, I think. So I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of strong. I'd like to get my psychiatrist back. I had a really good psychiatrist years ago in Roanoke. He was my main one who I had, the main psychiatrist who I had the entire time I was in Roanoke. And after he stopped, he wasn't my psychiatrist anymore. I didn't really get another steady psychiatrist. I was unable to find another one besides him. He was really special for me, or I don't know, at the time, but I know. At the time, he was a good psychiatrist. I hope he continues to be. Well, he was gonna quit, and I got him to keep working. And then later, I don't know. Man, there was something about him. He was gonna quit. I could tell the truth about it. Uh, I used to be more sinful. He was gonna quit being a psychiatrist, and then I convinced him to keep working. Maybe. I don't want him to look up and know who he is. I hope he stays in practice. And I didn't see a psychiatrist for a long time, and then I couldn't find how to get in touch with him or something. I wonder if that's the problem. I've had an anxiety, and I think maybe it has something to do with that, but I don't know. I don't know. We all sin. That's the thing, is we all sin. We do these things that end up killing us. That's why we die. Our sin kills us. When we're mean to somebody or do some kind of bad thing, that's a sin, it kills us. And Jesus, had no one else killed him, well, he was supposed to die right when he was supposed to die at age about, I think, 33. I don't know his exact age when he died, but it was the sin of others who caused him to die. And he was without sin. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, I played a song. America. America. Man, America. I don't. American man, American. A star, U.S. star on me, U.S. state. A star on me, U.S. state. 'Cause I'm one that is American, not the one. 'Cause I got a star on me. Hi. When I was a kid growing up, one time I tried to grow my fingernail really long. I think it was my thumb. I tried to grow my fingernail really long when I was a kid, and then it broke off, and the side of it looked really long. It was kind of long, but it was like a little kid's fingernail, and it was this fingernail, and it was like this edge of it was like kind of long, just the edge of it. And I showed it to this other kid, but I had like like little kid fingers that looked innocent, and little fingernails that were innocent and nice, and and um and so this other kid saw it when we were sitting at the desks in the school, and I told him. Sometimes people didn't believe me. There's that time and another time people didn't believe me, and I was telling the truth. I don't know why. Also, there are two times that I remember I told people the truth. I would just tell the truth, I think. Most of the time, more often some other people did or something. And but I of course lied before. People lie, I think, unless that's not true. That's what this other Christian guy says. Maybe some people don't really lie at all. Maybe some people don't lie at all. I think I'm one of those people that doesn't really lie that much. But I lied here and there, I know. And uh but this yeah, weed and bugs on bugs, bugs on the outside of the window, weed, country, out in the country. Well, in Roanoke, getting smoking weed, don't do it too much. Don't, don't do it. I gotta pee. Why are you showing bugs? Why are you show bugs? Weed, Roanoke, you know, California weed, New York, New, New York. New York, Beck Hansen, Beck Hansen.
I'm a big, famous, popular, young-looking person. Keeps on hitting this weed. Keeps on feeling something on my butt. I'm a famous comedian. I'm a big famous person. I'm a famous person. Keep hitting that weed is what we do. The sinners, ones who do too much weed. Hatchie. Hatchie? I don't do that. Some famous people don't do that. Some famous people make it to heaven. Some famous people make it to heaven. I'm almost for sure. I know. There's too many of them to. I know it. I know they make it to heaven. Some famous people. I get. Was that my leg in the reflection? The heck was that? Is that? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, that was that. There's nothing funny out there. When I first got to this house, actually, or I was still scared by how I thought it was out there. When I was more, I didn't know about God and Jesus. I didn't know about God and Jesus, so there were more like bad spirits here and there out there. When you really believe in God and Jesus, it's generally going to be a lot safer, unless there are like I don't know. When you believe in God and Jesus, it's going to be way safe, way better. I gotta use the bathroom. Even here sometimes it's pretty good. It's been good here for a while. God says to be sober-minded in the Bible. So I don't know about the weed. God says to be sober-minded. Probably shouldn't try to be the cool guy. God says to be sober-minded, and it's more important to be kind to others. I'm almost afraid to show myself. God says to be sober-minded. God says a lot of stuff. I gotta pay my bills. Scary to even see myself. I'd rather be me than try to put on something else. What's here? This is just a USB. See? It's a USB. I don't know what I'm thinking. I urge anyone to quit tobacco and drugs and alcohol, but that stuff doesn't matter as much. You know, it's better to be kind to others. It's better to be kind to others as best a way as you can. We're all gonna be, I don't know. We're all gonna be judged. What is that? No, lavender oil. Don't know. What is this? When you're smoking weed, you think something's so weird. It's an alien. Ah! What is it? Oh. What is it? When you're smoking weed, it looks like it's when you're smoking weed, it's a scraggly little fragile skeleton that you'll be dead if you try to lose too much weight. Be skinny. You'll be a fragile skeleton. If you try to keep being too skinny with a scraggly hair coming off his head and a scraggly hair, smoking weed, trying to be skinny, and you'll so maybe you should eat some food. This will work. This will work as a tripod if I had to use it. This is all that. I think one of these. Hey, this one's okay. Maybe I kept too much of my stuff or something. And it'd be good if somebody else, other people would be here. Look what he's doing. They microchipped his computer.
They put a microchip in it when he was smoking weed. That's what he thought. That's what they'll say when they smoke weed. They microchip me, and they'll sound kind of like that too. They mic. That's terrifying. You don't want to get the wrong idea if you smoke weed about, you know, please, Jesus, if people are going to smoke weed. And I don't know what the effect of it will have. Maybe I'll see if I do weed. It may, I don't know what effect it'll have. Because God says to be sober minded, but I don't know what kind of plant marijuana is. I don't know if it's something that you're not able or what. So I don't know. There's a funny bug. There's a funny bug. That one. Beeba-dabba-dooba-dabba-deeba. That one. Not the other one that's trying to get near him, but that one. That one. Deeba-dabba-dooba-dabba-dee. Oh no, he's not. Oh my gosh, it's creepy. They're insects. Well, I don't like getting close to them. But they don't bother me like I used to. I used to go, ah! And yell really loud if a little bug got near me. It's terrible. It sounds like I'm gay. Like a gay, like my butt or something is on stuff. Like I have a big butt. Like that's something that would happen if you smoked weed. Like somebody would act like they're like Italian and have it stuck in their head, and they'd be like acting like a butt is like, they'd think about a butt farting, and hopefully it would go right away, and they'd still be Italian, like if it was me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it'll be like to smoke weed. After I found God and Jesus. Because I may have done it when I was younger, but I'm not going to say. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. Kind of. Not that bad. It's not like going to hell. Oh, get away from me. What is he doing? He's not. Maybe I can clean that window. I guess on the outside or on the inside. Why'd you do that to the bug? Oh, it's so creepy. That is so creepy. It looked like he scared the littler bug.
like this bug, it looked like he scared the littler bug. Acted like he would grab him and go, now he's hiding. Now he's really scared or something. Why'd he act mean? To act cool to that one like he liked it. Ugh, or liked her. I think that's all in my mind, but I don't know. I'd like to get my kids. I'd like to go get my kids. I guess I'm gonna go. I think, I don't know. Here's the chat from this video. What is this? Oh, I didn't even know what I was showing. I didn't even know what I was showing. I was thinking of something else. I'm not trying to be the famous one to do all the whatever. But I don't want to be the one who. It's just a. I was scared by it, but it's just a dust. Shit. Shit. Get over here, man. Over here. Mercy. Come on, man. Rock, people. Rock, people. Come on, man. I don't give a fuck. Come on, people. I don't. Come on, people. You. You. I know. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. B-bomb. Right, B-bomb. B-bomb. Shit. Shit. Does that make sense? No. I don't know. What do you should be in cool dude? What do you should be in cool dude? Cause B-ball ain't me. 'Cause B-Bob ain't me. The guys who walk through the shadows like a demon, trying as hard as they can to be like the demons who are tricking them into it. Guess where they're gonna go after they die? I don't know. Maybe they'll make it to heaven somehow. I sin too. I did shit like that too sometimes. I didn't know about God and Jesus. I tried to act like I was big, powerful, scary. Shoot, 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 shoot. I ain't fucking around, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't escape my sin in my own weird way. I'm not like Johnny Cash. He's a different human being than me. I don't know how long it'll live. It's been happy for a few days, almost a week. I did give up a little bit a couple times. Not give up wanting to live, but give up. It was too much at once. all these different difficult things, and I couldn't. I had to figure out. Wait, this is going to take a little longer than I thought, or something. And I was barely able to function. I couldn't. I could function, but I just had to look at it differently. The work that I had to do, and the priorities to be kind to others. Trying to think about what's appropriate. Do you get to do the thing on earth that you wanted to do? Like Johnny Cash got to be the famous one, and then then he was okay with being kind and godly, and in the ways that he was really kind and godly by the end of his life. You almost tell, but I don't know, because I didn't because God judges him. God judges him, not me. Judged him. I'm a sinner, I don't know, but I do know that God judged him when he died, Johnny Cash. And I don't know where he went, but how could you get to do that thing that he really felt like doing, all those things that he felt like, or a lot of the things that he felt like doing, unless he really had some, I don't know, difficulty or something I don't understand, because I didn't know him personally. So maybe he got to heaven. I thought in his interviews when he was very old, I thought, he must have gotten to heaven, but I don't know at all. I don't know, I think. But I have a feeling Johnny Cash got into heaven. It's hard to imagine how, when he got to be a big, I don't know, he must have really had some, he must have really been kind. Maybe his only sin was the fornicating. He apparently did, but I don't know if that's true. I think it's true. He fornicated, and he got to be a rock star. Well, like a big famous guy, but he must, maybe the sin that the rock star, maybe, or the famous thing isn't bad, but it was the fornicating. I think that was not as good that he did. But I think he couldn't be happy with his first wife and not getting to do that. So something about it made him, it was like too much for him to do at the time when he was young. I don't know, but that's different from my wife. His wife, I don't know what it was. I can't judge him, or I don't even know. I can't even begin to understand what he went through. He had taste in women like that looked like a little different. His first wife and his second wife, they look a little different than how people looked in my family who we married. Like his first wife and his second wife both looked kind of like that was just his, I guess that was the kind of women that he liked or something. I don't know. I don't want to be like Johnny Cash. That's a false idol. But saying that rather than looking bad in my face and looking old, like I caught an image or a thought in my head in this video, what if I really looked that bad? And it made me want to be like Johnny Cash when he was young instead. And it was like, is that wrong? And is that being like a false idol to escape the problems that you would have to suffer through? Or I don't know. But that's not really me. That's not me as Johnny Cash. That'll never be me. I'd like to get my wife and children back. I think she's my wife. I don't know. God may have separated us. I'd like to be around my children and her. I'd like to be around her and her children. I don't know what's going to happen. It's like there's somebody here when the video is on. But I like doing the filmmaking stuff. I like having a chance for that to pay the bills. So then, unless maybe there's a way I can just say, this is too much for me to do on my own, and I need God to help me, or just to really get to that place where I'm like, okay, I don't have to do 10 times as much as just, 10 times the responsibility that somebody else might have at their regular expected daily job at times. And then other times, hey, didn't have to work at that for a year or 4 months or whatever it was. And then expected to do like a tremendous amount in the past. So maybe I don't have to do that as much as I thought, or I don't know. It turned into a very difficult amount of work, but in our family we worked pretty hard. And then I was missing my wife and kids, but I guess it's okay. Like now, it's a question of, is it godly or not to be a cool looking guy who looks like a rock star or looks in shape and playing music? Is that the right thing to do? That's the only question or concern about whether or not to do that to make money at. So I've done pretty good with that, and I've been very kind about it. But when I was younger, I messed up a little bit, but not that bad. I mean, I pushed it a little, maybe a little bit too much, but the small amount I got in return it's kind of surprising that, I don't know. And that's the kind of thing I try to get away from, and just say, yeah, it's I don't know, it's okay. It's I think I'm happier now with being a real estate person. Like God is supposed to get all the glory, not some guy who's acting cool. Who's me. So sometimes it feels wrong. So I'm like, I don't know what to do about that, but I have to make money, and I think that may or may not be right or wrong to get the glory. Ew. I don't know. But I'd like to have my children. I'd like to have my children. I'd like to have Danica, my children. Some people think you go in the same circles or something. You keep saying the same thing. What does that mean? How do I get them back? Hey! Maybe I'm supposed to. I don't know. show, well, then he showed his face. He was famous. He was famous. Jesus was famous. But somehow, I think they don't know really what he looked like. There was no image of him left behind, like that's what his face looked like or something. It wasn't important the shape of his nose, how good looking he was, what race he was. It was what he did on earth. He did his father's will on earth. His father's will. But I'm a sinner. I'm a regular man. I'm a regular man. I sin in a way that's, Jesus did not sin at all. That's why he did that. That's why he didn't try to take the glory for. He didn't try to take the glory for everything. Neither did I really. But I'm gonna set this up. Try to look a little bit better. Because I'm such into my appearance. Not really. But Jesus was without sin. I can't help it. I sin in my own way. I don't know why I kept playing that. Trying to be a rock star because it makes me feel happy, but not a rock star. Just doing the things that make me feel happy in a way that doesn't cause me to die or feel worse or sick or hurt or suffering. Feeling happy in a way that I found, I think, is something that I enjoy, that
I associate with good health and feeling happier and better and not feeling as bad. But I think there's something wrong with that when it's the things that make me personally happy. I'm supposed to be there for others, and maybe being kind to my parents a couple weeks ago or a while ago, a week or two ago, is what enabled me to then feel way better. But I think that's what it did, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to do something way bigger and I wasn't quite able to make it, and I was having a little difficulty and I needed a break from it, and I kind of like, wow. I took a rest. I rested. And Jesus was arrested, I know. But nowadays it's different. It's a different political climate. Generally the law follows God. Sometimes they mess up because they're sinners. The policemen are sinners, and people in power are sometimes sinners. But it's generally pretty close to following the law. But I don't know. And we don't know when the second coming is going to happen in the tribulation, all that. It could be in 1,000 years, but the law is pretty good these days. I mean, I went out there like Jesus, but, I'm a different person. I'm a man. I'm a man who's alive today. Jesus is in heaven. And I went out there trying to be as kind and godly and Jesus-like as possible, I think, for what I knew. I didn't know as much as I do now. And I was willing to get arrested or do something like that by being kind to others in as big a way as I could, in as big a way as I was able to before. But I didn't make it to some of the newer ones like that I could do. And somehow I made that one in 2018, and I was willing to be arrested if I had to, and I found that the law is pretty close to good. I mean, they're good. So there's no reason for me to be arrested. That wasn't called for some reason. And I did have to be hospitalized because I didn't sleep for a long time. And then that was like one of my fears back then, going to a hospital. I had to be hospitalized for a week. I thought it might get worse and stuff, but and I didn't know what city I was in when I was hospitalized. I hadn't slept in 2 weeks because I couldn't figure out something that took me a while to figure out now. Oh, you just get sleep. At the time it was something I couldn't figure out, and it was really bad. I could see hell rising. I could see hell rising and these really scary things a couple times that happened. But that's my own selfish thing. I was supposed to, I was going to try it as best as I could, but there's something about it that told me, I don't know. I was going to go to, I didn't know my parents were going to New York this time. I didn't know, and all these things came up on my house. All these things happened on my house that I was not expecting. And I had mowed the lawn. I kept working on the house, and then I found these other things and then it got back to normal again. And then I found out a few. Well, that was then it's back. Now it's back to normal, and it's okay. Then I found out. Anyway, but I didn't know there's some people going to New York. There's some people going to New York. I wasn't able to go for some reason. And I thought,
maybe I made the wrong choice, and somehow I could have gone to New York, but I didn't even know they were going. Any of them, any of the people may have gone to New York, and I was supposed to do this for some reason. I'm supposed to be here right now because of God and Jesus, but I've got to try my best. We have to try our best to do our best God's work. Our best God's work, because it's difficult getting into heaven. Narrow is the path to heaven, wherever heaven is. Wherever heaven is, narrow is the path to heaven, and wide is the path that leads to hell. The second death in hell. And narrow is the path to heaven, wherever heaven is. Way high somewhere out in the universe or something. But it's not really called the universe. It's called the heavens and heaven. Hi, somebody's watching it. So there must be something important that I can do helping others to get into heaven. I put makeup on, I'm trying to look cool, young. I don't know. I'm young. Wouldn't be really appropriate to do that going out around family as much, I guess. I don't know. It was never really. No, it was good. It was good. It was good. But it was like my mom. No. It was like the other people in my family. I don't know. Maybe I should have been happy with what I had. Because when I got home, it felt really happy. And when I was out in public, it was like the thing that I was having to do. It was my responsibility. But sometimes when it was with my kids, it was okay. And sometimes but it was, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe it was really enjoyable and I just didn't, I don't know. I think it was pretty enjoyable. But when I got home and I did all the things I was supposed to, that's what I liked the best. Being at home where I didn't have to think about the other people, because it was work. It was God's work to have to think about them. And I don't know what I would have enjoyed unless, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong things. There was a lot of God's work out there. A lot of God's work, I think. Unless I happen to look like, here and there, I would look like, I don't know. Maybe I have the wrong idea. Maybe I am saying things wrong. I don't know. I'm afraid to show myself. I must have enjoyed it. When I was married, I enjoyed being married. And I guess I enjoyed it when I was not married. When I was with my parents, I enjoyed it. I was pretty cool. One time I was popular. Some of it I was popular. I guess I enjoyed it. I don't know. Maybe I didn't remember it. Maybe I thought it was one way and it wasn't. It was
never wanted to die or something like that. I never was depressed. It was okay. And then when I had kids, that was really good. That was, I mean, of course, being with my wife, I thought that was a problem. I thought we'll just be boyfriend and girlfriend forever. And not forever, but like, you know, I could be famous, work on being famous, a rock star and stuff like that. We'll be boyfriend and girlfriend. I'll be her boyfriend. That's what it kind of was in my thoughts. And then she left, she went to a different place for a while, and I like really missed her. It felt so alone and sad. I couldn't live without her. And so I moved right next to, she went to a different apartment for a while or something. And I said, okay, I'll get married and have kids. Okay, we'll get married and have kids, because I couldn't live without her. So I had never planned on having kids. It wasn't my plan, but God has a different plan for us. He wanted me to get married and have kids. I had told myself all those years, I had told myself all those years, the wrong, stupid thing, the things that I didn't know what I was thinking or saying that were bad. I told myself it costs money. Why would you have kids? Why would I even have an animal? Why would I even have a pet? Waste of time, waste of effort, waste of money. So I never had any pets of my own. I was alone. I went to Los Angeles and lived alone. I didn't even get a girlfriend out there. And God brought me together with my wife. I was working on movies and stuff, not that big, but it was okay. I kind of talked to people here, and I talked to people here and there. And then Danica had pets. She had cats. 1, 2, 3. She had 3 cats when I first met her. And I could not, I was allergic to cats. And I had to clean her entire apartment. Her apartment. And then I learned how to be nice to cats. It's what God wanted for me. To be kind to others more. Instead of just my selfish stuff or something. Instead of my selfish plan.
So I'd rather have God's plan any day. I'm supposed to play guitar. I'm supposed to play drums. I guess so far. I was supposed to sing. Pretty good. I was supposed to do filmmaking. That was more honoring my parents, I guess, is something that would, as a career, and something that was still kind of, not a normal. Well, it was something that was okay that I could work on and be good at. I don't know. Yeah, I know. Well, um, I was pretty mean to Danica sometimes. I was kind of mean to her. I didn't know. I was kind of mean to her sometimes, but I didn't know I was being mean. I never, I never intentionally was mean to her that I am aware of. But somehow I was kind of mean. But I think we were about the same to one another. I think we were about the same to one another. I don't know if I could suffer anymore. I think I think she caused me much more difficulty. I think she caused me much more difficulty later. But I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I think it was her. That was something else. I don't know. Hmm. Gandhi's either in heaven or hell. Gandhi is either in heaven or hell. I don't know how he would have made it to heaven, but if he was really that kind to others, I don't know. I can't judge him. God judged him. He's either in heaven or hell.
Hair. Got hair on me. Got hair on me. Put another one of those little things on there so you can throw in the trash can because I'm clean. I gotta clean my house. Hey, I hope my parents are okay. I guess I'm supposed to go. I guess I'm supposed to go plane. I guess I'm supposed to go on a plane. What is that? Guess I'm supposed to go on a plane. Oh, a plane. How am I going to go there? Actually, go there on a plane. How did that famous guy get to drink all that alcohol? Because I've never been able to drink on a plane that much. That guy who drank alcohol a bunch when he was an alcoholic. And I don't know how I didn't do drugs or alcohol the entire time I was in California. Besides, right at the end, I drank a little champagne because I was thinking about being at Christmas time. Those years before that, I don't recall taking one drink besides when I was with my friend Nathan one time. Never smoked weed, I believe. I never smoked weed, I think. I don't want to say it. Because it's legal there. And if I did smoke weed one time, maybe it was in California. I don't know. I don't know. How I drive there, how will I get to an airport? How will I get to an airport and fly there? Maybe it'll be okay. I want to know that she's coming back here because I've already had to go there 7 times. I want her to be back here. I want her to be back here. I want her to be back here. I want her back here. Albert D. Martino, 3 o'clock. Albert D. Martino, 3 o'clock. Makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. Well, in a godly way it does, because he's good. How do I go? I want her to come back here. How do I go? How do I go on a plane? Well, I better go somehow. Maybe I can get in the car and drive there. I can I think somebody else would have to drive, and I have to sit in the passenger seat. I don't know if I don't know how I don't know how I drive there. I'd have to go easy on the caffeine. Do it without any caffeine and food, more food. Take it easy. I don't know. I'd probably have to fly. It's probably a lot better to fly there. It's probably a lot better to fly there for me. I should probably fly there. I'd like her to come back here. However the fuck that is, I want her here. Sorry. I want her here. Either in some, oh no, it'd be wrong if she's, I don't know. We got your kids. How, it's probably the 100th time I've done that, or 200th. It's amazing it hasn't done any physical thing to my, I put makeup on a few minutes ago. You want to go up there? Your own backside? You want to go up there? See how weak that was? It means I'm not going to fight you. I'm sorry. I don't, there's nobody watching. How to get on that plane when you want your wife and kids here at this house, your parents at their house, don't want to talk about the immediate neighbors anywhere near that I'd have to think about, because they should be there. They should be there. How to get on a plane. Probably have to have no caffeine. Oh yeah, I know no caffeine. Maybe it'll be okay. Maybe like right now I'm not supposed to think about it or something. Have to pee again. How would I gotta pee. I guess I'll get on a plane. I'm gonna think about it. I'm sorry. It's not their fault that they have my kids there. It's not their fault. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's that way. God wants it that way. God. Oh my gosh. How would I fly all the way there? And how will I do that? God. I'm gonna pee again. I'm gonna pee again. Ended up looking okay anyway. I think. I don't know. Whatever. It's not the looks that are important. Must have used the bathroom a lot. It's 3 in the morning. It's past 3 in the morning. It's kind of sad. Now it's still Rowan's birthday in China. I think it's still Rowan's birthday in China. And Hawaii. It's still Rowan's birthday in Hawaii. Corey.
America that way, this way, that way. Don't do it too much because devil shit. Don't, don't know, man. I don't know. You don't want to act like the Three Stooges. Because look at this right here. White face makeup on. Old England. I don't know what I'm talking about. Boy, you won't go. You can't say what they would do to you in hell. Because it's bad. Because I wore makeup. It's not that bad. What would that do new? Something different. Go on a plane. Sorry for getting angry about going on a plane. About they're in Texas. How would it be okay? How would flying on a plane be like fun? Like it's fun. It gets enjoyable. Like, hey, this is kind of cool. This is pretty good. You know, and not just I don't know. Tired of that. Tired of thinking my body's hurt. Giving up and wanting to feel that.
But then I stopped doing it. I was around other people and somehow.
Yep, got me every time. It's cold. I know. How did I do that? I should put that at the beginning of all my videos. That was so funny. That was amazing. That was pretty amazing. Hi, Eden Arnold. Eden, where the Garden of Eden was with Adam and Eve. Are you the father or mother of the young person who was on the channel playing some instrument that was like really good? Or is that just one? How are you the young person with like long hair who was playing an instrument? Or are you that person's parents? Is that your kind of reminded me of me when I was a young person.
One time there's this guy who was a gay person in California. Left his wife, but he turned gay. He wasn't really gay, and he went to California. And I don't know. Said something about Leonardo DiCaprio. What do you do to Leonardo? I don't know. I shouldn't say those things. I guess I'm not supposed to say those things out loud, but he said it around me. Maybe I should get off the close the oh no! I guess I'm gonna go. That was amazing. Right when Eden Arnold signed on, I played this really cool sounding weird, this really cool. Good night. I guess I better go. I guess I gotta go get my children. You don't have to watch the entire video, but you can watch the part where I'm playing music or something. There's some good in it, but some of it's like this is a long video. I'm gonna go. Maybe you could be friends with my kids. I don't know how old you are. If you're the see, I'm 43, so I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna go. Bye. Bye. Be kind to others. I liked your music. I like your music. It's good. I gotta go. Bye. Okay. Bye. Maybe you can be friends with my kids or something. I couldn't tell how old you are. You could have been my son's age, or you could have been 28 or something. I don't know. Maybe you're their parents. I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay, you're my kid's age. Okay, you're Rowan's age. Thank God. But I'm gonna go. Bye. 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 Say it on it like this. Yeah. I made the wrong. I'm sorry. I made the wrong. I made the wrong choices. This is, I don't know. I can't even be funny about it. Okay. Bye. I'm gonna go. Bye. Bye. Okay. Find God in Jesus. Find God in Jesus if you haven't already. Bye. Bye. Find God in Jesus if you haven't already. That's what it's really all about, not being cool or something. Okay, bye. You're good. Yeah. No. I gotta go. Bye.